Doesn't. Nation.
and a very good afternoon, or good morning, or good evening, wherever you are listening to this coverage of the World Youth Chess Championships held here in LA in 2013. It is round number 8 today of the World Youth Chess Championships, and it's starting at 10 o'clock because we've got the Blitz, World Youth Blitz tournament that is happening at 5 p.m. Tonight, local time. So, depending on where you are, it may be a little later as such. So, but we're going to go through some of the results of the under 18s very, very quickly. And when we come back, we will be definitely, well, we're not going to go yet, but when we get back on track, we will be having, again, we're going to be having Anktul Alton Uzi, the Women's International Master, with the WGM Elect coming back on air with us for a couple of hours. So we'll look at and we'll analyse some games while we're at it as well. We saw yesterday in the men's section of the under 18s, or the open section I should say, the Iranian IM Puya Idani. If I am correct by regulations of the FIDE laws of chess, he may have scored a GM norm from this event. This could be his first. The question is, will he have the rating to get there? He has got 15 points, that's 24.98, so he's needing just another 2 points. But according to the FIDE laws of chess, which we are going to check out in relation to qualifications, if he doesn't win the event of the World Youth, I think he qualifies in terms of the World Youth or World teams. It depends on the exact, but if not, he would definitely qualify for sure. You need a certain rating average as well, plus rating performance. He really is covering the rating performance as such with a 26.78. He is really only needing another 2 rating points, the Iranian IM Puya Idani. I think if he can get those 2 rating points, he may have secured already the GM title. It all depends obviously on those lovely 3 norms. We will do some quick calculations for the viewers at home to see exactly has he secured any of these norms as such. This is obviously going to be the more important thing. Has he secured the norms? I believe he may have, he may not have. It's all dependent on a lot of things. But if we just do the quick maths, it looks like he's got a very strong average rating, 6 points. If we go by these regulations, if he wins today, I would say very comfortably he would have to have it for sure, a GM norm. In other results of this tournament, we have on the top boards we did have a draw on the top board. Board 2 was also a draw. It was GM David Anton Gajario playing with the white pieces had a draw with Zhang Hanhua of China, who is untitled, 2400 rating as well. Now the under 16 World Youth Chess Champion Yuri Elisei from Russia, the 4th seed, has also had a draw with Nijat Abbasov from Azerbaijan. So it would have been another great battle. Battle of the 2 GMs here of Vaibhav and Barani. The Indian was the more successor out of the 2 players. Also, GM Hovannes Gabuzan of Armenia has had a draw with Quentin Loiseux of France, and also Kasper Drozdowski of Poland, playing his compatriot and teammate probably Kamil Dragun of Poland as well. Both had a draw. Maxim Chigayev of Russia, the 10th seed international master, has defeated the Colombian Martin Martinez Romero. So before we get into some of the games, we're gonna check very quickly at the under 18 girls results as well. We're gonna see what was happening there in that tournament. That was always going to be a very close tournament, with so many people drawing, winning, and getting all these points. So we have actually 6 people on 5.5 points in this tournament. That's the top seed Donata Zadua Kosova, Melissa Castilin Gomez, Amalia Aranz Murillo, Sabrina Ibrahova, Nastasia Ziazakina, and the one player who won on 4.5 was Lydia Tomnikova, beating the German Mylin Tran, who unfortunately lost. And we have very, very strange pairings for round number 8 of the under 18 girls. We have Sabina Ibrahova versus the Kazakh number 1 seed of the tournament, Donata Zadua Kosova. We also have Nastasia Ziazakina on board 2, playing with the white pieces against Amalia Aranz Murillo, and Lydia Tomnikova on board 3 with the white pieces, playing Melissa Castilin Gomez. And then there is a bunch of people on 5 points. The under 16s is another tricky tournament, because anything can actually happen in this event. Round number 7 saw a lot of some break up the pack of 5. We've got 2 people on 6 out of 7. That's the GM in the top seed, Jans Krzysztof Duda from Poland and Kirill Alexenko from Russia. They will play each other. I am suspecting that Kirill Alexenko, the FM, will be playing with the white pieces against the experienced GM from Poland. Actually, I've been mistaken. It is the Polish GM being given the nod ahead to have the white pieces against the FM. So it's going to be a very tough battle for the FIDE master from Russia. In the under 16 event, we saw there's only one leader on 6.5 points. That's the Chinese untitled player Tian Lu Gu. And then we had the battle of the Iranians and the strongest seed and the top seed of the tournament, the women's grandmaster Sarah Sadat Hademal Sharia. And I do apologise if I've incorrectly pronounced the name from the Iranian. And then there's a bunch of people on 5.5 points, so it's just going to make it a very, very tough tournament. What we're going to do is we're going to quickly just go to a very quick short break, and when we come back, we're going to go through some games that are happening live at the moment, and get some more analysis of these events, and also maybe talk a little bit about the 2 side events that are happening, the LA Classic A and the LA Classic B. So stay tuned to us here in the World Youth Chess Championships, live here in LA 2013. Yes, and a very good morning to all our listeners, viewers out there. Could be good afternoon or an evening, depends on where you are listening to this coverage of the World Youth Chess Championships held here in LA in 2013. Remember, you can check out all the stuff and all the results and all news and information at the official website, which is worldyouth2013.com, and also the Twitter account, which is at WYCC2013. Very good morning, Antul. Please tell us, how did you go yesterday in your LA Classic match?
Well, yesterday we played the fifth round. Then I won finally because I was playing not so good. Well, but I'm more serious about the World Youth Chess Championships 2013, which is happening right now. Well, I think the Grandmaster from Georgia is leading the tournament in Lane Classic A.
Which I believe he's the only 2700 rated player,
Yes.
Badur Jabova, who is also a national member of the Georgian Olympic team.
Yes, probably.
Who, funny enough, in the women's, the Georgians are always getting that extra little edge over the Russians, which is a little unusual considering Russia is, well, the home of chess.
Yes, I think so, because there is there is still a war between Georgia and Russia because they have very strong players so far. So
we're going to get into some games and live coverage of a game, and yes, it is the under-18s as well, something that is pretty good. But before we do that, we must mention about the Blitz tournament that is happening tonight.
Yes.
As well. 5 p.m. start for the Blitz.
Yes.
It is the World Youth Blitz, so it's going to be exciting. Make sure you can stay up and watch this if it is going to be night time. I know in Melbourne it is going to be midnight, so for all those night owls who cannot sleep at night and that just love that, well, the excitement of Blitz and especially kids playing, get on board and stay awake. What is the time difference actually between Dubai and Mongolia?
Sorry,
Between the Emirates and Mongolia, what's the time difference?
The time difference is 4 hours ahead, so it will be bigger time difference for us and for Mongolians who are watching the games, who are following the games. It will be a big fun and it will be very interesting and exciting Blitz tournament.
Which is, so right now it is 2:23 p.m. in Mongolia right now. Is that the time or?
No, we have a 4 hours ahead, so it means no, it's like 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Yeah, 2 p.m. or maybe 3 or something.
Which is great. So, so when the Blitz tournament starts, it will be 9 p.m. over in Mongolia. We do hope that all Mongolians can tune in and give the biggest and loudest cheer to all the Mongolian team, which is going to be great. This game that we're gonna see was actually a very decisive game, not today but yesterday for Marlin Tran of Germany, who's got the black pieces today against the Jordanian Al-Shaibi Boshra of Jordan with the white. Now, well, before we came on air today, Ingtul, you were telling me this is actually a line that you know only too well. Tell us exactly after. These are the opening moves. I'm not very comfortable with this line. What is the idea for both white and black?
Well, for white, actually this is not so common line. Actually, the black plays like after white's move d5, it should be something like d6, g6 should go like this. But when you move immediately b5, it will be a little bit difference between those lines. And now for black's plan is for sure maybe e6 or d6 and gonna play the pawn on g6 and bishop g7 and put the bishop on g7 and get in the black lines, black diagonal, and The most important plan is going to play on the B line and the queen side.
Okay,
For black.
so for black, and what is White's ideas? What's White's plans, and what is White wanting to achieve by pushing D5 very early on?
Well, because for sure the first thing is the White is getting the center as well, because there is some plans like E4 and then maybe G3, Bishop G2, then Castle, then maybe they can play E5, for example. Yeah.
Okay, if White obviously can't play E4 now because it's just a simple, you know, knight takes E4,
Yeah.
pawn up, and
Sure.
we're talking about, you know, fairly
First-
strong players. So
Yeah, first White should play C4 as well, then E4, because maybe C4, then knight C3, then E4. This kind of plans should be played.
now I did say before we got into the analysis here, Mylin Tran, she had a game yesterday and she was on 4.5 points. She lost to the Russian Lydia Tomnikova, the only loss from the players on 4.5. She is if we bring up very quickly exactly what is her, well, not so much FIDE rating, but the title players. She's played 3 WFMs and 1 WIM. If she's to achieve a WIM norm, she is going to need to get the rating performance above the 2250. But more importantly, she needs to get those WIM norm players, or
Yes.
WIM title players.
Yes.
This is probably the most hardest thing to do, especially in Swiss tournaments compared to round robins. You sort of already know your score, what you need to achieve. You've got the requirements already.
Yes.
This is probably the most hardest thing to achieve. Do you think if she keeps on winning, do you reckon she can pull 3 WIM players or WGM?
Yes, I think if she keep on winning in the remaining the rounds, so for sure she will get a WIM norm as well. But I'm not really sure about WGM norm because her performance is not so good right now at the moment.
Yeah.
So maybe WIM norm for sure if she keep on winning.
With the WGM, there's only 2 WGMs, and one of the requirements is in the FIDE regulations is you need to have 3. The
Right.
only 2 players is Dinara Sadurkasova from Kazakhstan, the top player and one of the members of the National Olympic team, and the other one is Nastasia Ziazakina from Belarus, who just recently played in the Snowdrops versus Old Hands, which is pretty much the old versus young. It's always an interesting match taking place, and she played along with Alina Kashlinskaya from Russia. And also Victoria Shmulty, one of the very strongest players holding the men's GM title, and has played in the men's Olympiad team for Lithuania, and along with the women. So would have been a fantastic experience to see exactly how she performs. I've been following this progress, having up and down results. Do you think she can pull off that magic win and beat Dinara to the post and win the World Youth Under-18s?
Yeah, of course, it should be a very difficult games for the remaining rounds, because as I see right now at the moment, she is leading with the many players, and she is sharing the first place right now. So if she keeps on winning, so I think it's possible to win the tournament for her.
Definitely. Now, looking at this, we did mention there was 6 players on 5.5. This is just going to make it just, you know, extremely hard to break the difference. We might even get up to some of the top boards and have a look. I think we'll first have a look at Dinara, and then we're going to come across to the under-8s girls section, because I know you have a very vested interest in the under-8 girls sections for one reason. When we get to that, we'll explain why. We can already see in this match, Sabina is playing E4.
Sabina.
Yep, she's yep, and she's going on. Dinara's decided to play the Caracan. Starting to become a bit more popular now with top players. taking, it's all very common.
It's very
Here. Knight e4, bishop f5, knight g3, bishop g6, knight h3, knight d7, bishop c4. We can already see on our clocks here, and the same for our viewers as well. This has been blitzed out like as if they're playing a 2-minute blitz game with no increment.
And it's a very interesting line actually against the Karakan. Now the white plans should be played knight f4 and maybe long castle, maybe.
Yeah, it's possible. The other one that I like in the Karakan, which is a very silent and deadly line, is the fantasy variation with the f3 on move 3. So e4, c6, d4, d5, f3. If we actually do take and take, you got your 2 pawns in the centre, which can be quite nasty, but there's only really 2 responses you can reply back, and that's either e5 or knight f6. And then it's up to white to either push or make some very unusual moves. There was a famous game played by Tanikawa back in 1929, I believe, in Paris, where the game ends up going e4, c6, d4, d5, f3, takes the pawn on e4, then e5, bishop, knight f3, pawn takes on d4, bishop c4, bishop b4 check, and then we have pawn to c3, and the pawn takes on c3, bishop takes on f7, and I'm hoping our viewers are following this game somehow at home. King takes on f7, queen takes on d8, pawn takes on b2 check, king e2, and then pawn takes the rook on a1 and gets the queen back. And then
it's a very interesting line.
And then it leads to the checkmate after knight g5 check, king g6, queen e8 check, king h6, knight e6 check from the bishop on c1, g5, and bishop takes on g5 checkmate. It's very interesting because, you know, again, when we're talking about kids, we stress to them about development, and we also stress that you shouldn't be too greedy. And I think this is a very important game for our viewers and listeners out there, and coaches around the world who are maybe wanting some ideas and games to look at when teaching about greediness. This game is always a good lesson for beginners, intermediate and advanced in chess in schools. And
yes,
you can see already that, you know, with the bishop takes f7, a good trick. It's once king takes, it's really much game over. But also the 2 rooks for black are not activated.
Yes.
They're pretty much white. They are useless. And when I teach this lesson to any class back in Melbourne, Engel, I say to them, you got 2 rooks. Yes, they're on the board, but they're actually yours. They're actually white's pieces. And the lesson again is that the central control must be always done. If we go back to the World Cup this year, I'm not sure if you're following the only representative from Zone 3.6, but Igor Bjornbush had a very, very easy match with Alexander Grishuk, who was the 4th seed in the tournament, and I think it was on move 30. He had the option of taking the pawn back on e4, a central square, to equalise. He didn't take back, and a few moves later the 4th seed just destroyed him. And it's a good lesson. Even the best of players, you must control that centre.
Yeah, for sure, because the center of the game is very important for the chess game, because everything is happening in the center sometimes, even maybe usually, and like this kind of line, as you said, is very risky actually. It's for example, if you play in classic standard tournaments, it will be very risky. Maybe in other side it will be very psychological
Of course.
attack for the opponent. Yeah.
Well, one player I do want to mention who is playing this F3 line quite a lot back in Australia. He's also an under 14 rep in the World Youth Chess Championships here in LA. Is Jack Piccini. I know a lot of the viewers may have heard me say Jack Piccini, and we spoke about his game against Yu Lun of China when Yu Lun, the 6th seed, absolutely destroyed him, which is he expected that, and he said he's been quite lucky with some games here. He's actually a very successful player with the Caro-Kann, especially playing this F3 line. I personally am adopting this line as well. I think it gets people out of book, and it really tests your opponent. Do they understand proper, not so much theory, but do they understand really basic principles of chess and know exactly where your pieces have to be? Because ultimately, I can give you a line in the French, or I can give you a line in the Perk defense or the Philidors, and say memorize it. But do you understand that this is the key thing with chess? You must be able to understand, what your pieces are doing and where they are situated, and the purpose for them being there. We're going to quickly flick through the other two games where there is the two games where the leaders are. Let's have a quick look. We've actually got no moves for Nastasia Zilsakina. Maybe Nastasia hasn't turned up or something. We're not sure on this issue as such, and I think it's almost exactly the same with Lydia Tomnikova and Melissa Castilling Gomez as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to go and move straight.
Girls under 8.
Girls under 8. We must have a look at this. The very important here is not only the fact that we've got an Indian WFM, which I think might have got through the zonal or something like this, because it's very rare to have an under 8 girl having a rating of 1400 with the WFM title. We both know that as either players, arbiters, trainers, organisers, or just simply spectators. In the under 8 girls section, then we'll get to the players' names very quickly once we get our lovely thing called technology likes to be nice and kind to us. It's the Indian player Divya Deshmukh from India, and the Mongolian name is
Mongolian Mungunzov Batirtim.
That's the Mongolian player's name. I'm not going to attempt it because I think I will be very bad at attempting it. It's best to have the native speaker pronounce it. Tell us a little bit about this player and the hopes for Mongolian chess through this player.
Well, she is now 8 years old, and she's from Mongolia, and I think this World Youth Chess Championships is the first World Youth Chess Championships for her, because she's participating in the World Championships the first time for herself. So, and he is playing so good so far, so we do given a hope for the player from Mongolia who is playing under 8 girls, and now maybe we can take a look at her game.
Yes. Now, I believe the team of Mongolia has put a lot of preparation into this game
Yes.
for this player, and yes, it is an under 8 game, but remember that anything can happen. We've seen the top seed from Azerbaijan already have a couple of losses or at least a loss in this tournament, so under 8s are very unpredictable.
Yes.
We are going to take a look at this game. Knight f3, knight c6. This is a very unusual approach to knight f3.
For sure.
You are going to get usually knight f6 or d5 or e6. These are the 3 lines. You could get g6 with the idea of knight f6 and bishop g7 and castling. Or, if you really wanted to play very unorthodox, a6, b5. If you wanted to throw your opponent off. I don't think anyone would do this. I know I've played one game of a6, b5 and got smashed in about 17 moves. And that was actually deciding the National Grand Prix in a racing section. So that even just proves that I need to do a little bit more homework. But I thought I'd do something different, such because I'm a French player. But we'll move on. G3, E5, Bishop G2, and D5.
Well, it's a logical move to take in the center.
Of course.
Yeah.
We just mentioned before, control the center.
Yeah.
Our number one rule in chess. D3 looks a logical move. This move obviously is that if you're playing E4, you can play takes, knight D2, F5.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It just doesn't seem right to me, but I will be still looking at maybe F5, knight F6, Bishop D6 now. It's possible.
Yes, it's possible. But from white side, it looks like a king's engine from black.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's just looks like.
We'll move on. Knight F6. Again, knight F6 here. I just don't like it because of the F5 pawn, the F7 pawn. Sorry. If you need to move the F7 pawn, you have to move this knight out of the way. So this can be a little issue later on down the track, but I think it's also theory as well.
Yes.
Knight B D2, H6, Castles, and Bishop D6, E4, D takes, castles.
Well, now it's an equal position as well
It's
for both of them.
now. What's the idea for white here? I'm looking at potentially something like knight C4,
Yes,
Bishop E3.
so I also don't really understand the positions of the white figures, because now the white pawn is on E4 and the bishop is on G2 doing nothing there, and the knight on BD2. Well, but at least the knight on BD2 can move on C4 as well.
Yeah, it's a possibility, or even if we want to try and get that bishop on C1 into play, we could play knight B3, bishop E3, and funny
It's
enough,
possible.
but as you mentioned, it's this lovely little well, what can we say? This bishop here is just not doing much at all. This bishop and
Yes.
this knight here, it looks a bit sick and ill, so it's not the best.
It's not really the best move. Well, but for black, there is so many plans for black, because, for example, the black can move queen on E7 and rook D8, maybe bishop G4 or bishop
Yes.
E6. There's so many plans for black because it's very comfortable to play on
Yeah.
this position.
I perfectly agree with you there. After queen E7, bishop G4, you can then play rook A8, rook F8, and I think then black is really dominating. You've got the two rooks in the central files.
Yes.
It's going to be very hard to stop. But then again, we are talking about under 8s. Anything can happen.
And
Uh,
again, yeah.
Chess is one of those funny sports where you can be winning by a queen and end up mated in 2 moves. I've seen it happen in many games. So queen E2, bishop G4. I think it's
Now, so there's a move like knight D4, maybe.
knight D4.
Okay, it makes nothing because when you play knight D4, white can play queen E3. So there should be a knight C2 if you play queen E2.
Yeah.
So after knight D4, maybe queen D3.
Yeah, it's
Just
possible.
play it.
Or the other thing that we can look at is white has to get out of that pin very quickly. The question is where. If we play queen D3, can we play knight B4? Which is
Yeah.
quite interesting.
Yes.
After knight B4, if we play queen C3, queen E7, and now we're looking at playing, potentially, maybe moving the knight back and playing bishop b4.
Yes, maybe there is one
Force it.
interesting line. Maybe after knight b4, they can play, for example, knight a6, then bishop b4, then knight c5, attacking on the e4 pawn.
Yeah, c3 has been played here. I think immediately must be played queen e7 and rook a d8. I think this has to be black's plan. I can't see really much more than that in the good moves, unless I'm calculating wrong and there's some other idea that you see. Ankle, I can't find anything else but queen e7 and rook a d8 here.
Yeah, well, but the white's last move of c3, the pawn c3 is controlling the b4 and d4 squares as well, but the missing the square on d3, maybe it will be a little bit problem for white, but it makes nothing.
Here's another idea. Can we play queen d7?
Yeah.
With rook a d8, and the idea of playing bishop c5,
Yes.
and you have the threat of now playing bishop takes f3, forcing to make the very crazy move of bishop f3, and that bishop again is doing nothing, and you've actually got rid of a good knight. Is that there is that possibility as well? Then we can look at also playing, maybe some moves of like unusual moves. Knight a5, queen c6, knight into c4, somehow with b5 planted there as well. This
kind of plays can be played.
It's I don't know. It's going to be very tricky to see as such what could happen. The one thing that I'm more worried about is these two knights here. They're like two kids in a candy shop. You can't get them out. It's very hard to break a very strong partnership with two kids in a candy shop, especially when they're 5 and 6 and annoying their parents. Can we get candy? Same thing on the chessboard for our viewers at home. When you have a knight on, f3 and a knight on d2, they are the best of friends, and they will be just annoying at the best of times. And really, the only way to break it is you have to give up your bishop pair. Usually, you have to give up a bishop pair somewhere along the line, and it's interesting. I'm not going to name a player in the under 18 section, but there's an under 18 player. There's a player in the under 18 section. I'm not even going to name which section, just for the sake of it. But this particular player likes their bishops and doesn't like knights. Whereas I'm a person that loves my knights and not my bishops. And I learned to play with my knights from an international master called Stephen Solomon, who's been a 9-time or 10-time representative of the Australian Olympiad team. And he, to be perfectly honest, he is one of the most freakiest chess players I've seen. I think he found the checkmate with 2 knights and a pawn against the FIDE master Mike Stedman, and it actually
amazing.
And it made chess base. This is how crazy it was. It actually made chess base, and it was played in a tournament in Australia. So for any tournament and any game, let alone any player get mentioned on chess base, is a big thing for Australian chess. And I can tell you now, it was the most freakiest thing seen a 6-hour marathon, and he just hasn't given up. He's an international master, and he just said to the FIDE master, "You are nothing. You are what I am is a patzer," as the chess terms are. He's just made him look very, very weak, which just shows that if you know how to play with your knights, they can be very, very annoying. And that's what I'm saying. These knights here are like 2 kids in a candy shop, which you cannot break. Back to this game.
So we have a move from black, rook e8.
What's the idea?
I also don't understand. What's the idea?
This is I still think we need to get rid of one. Can we immediately play, instead of rook e8, bishop f3, maybe knight f3, rook e8? Oh, I'm struggling here to understand this rook e8 move, unless there is an idea of playing queen d7, rook a d8.
Yes.
But
And maybe bishop c5 or maybe bishop f8.
the other thing is, maybe is the Mongolian looking at doing some sneaky sack on f2? Because there is some lines, some positions where you can do this little sneaky sack on f2. Maybe there is a queen wanting to sit on c6 somewhere and sort of get a little bit hungry, and we can take a bishop, we can take the knight, and hoping that the knight will go back on f3, and then you have the bishop on c5, take on f2, and now there's a force of exchange, because if we go back with bishop h5 here, it's going to be quite dangerous. Bishop h5, I think,
Yes,
if we
it's very
take,
dangerous.
if the knight takes, I think it's then good. But if we can only give black about 5 or 6 moves in a row, which unfortunately the laws of chess state that we cannot. But if we could play knight a5, queen d7, queen c6, bishop c5, and then we could sort of go takes on the knight. Oh, we've already taken the knight already on there, and then we could actually go bishop takes with that sneaky little knight check with the pawn on e4. If we could give black heaps of moves without white moving, this would be great. But we
Yes.
know that in the laws of chess we cannot do this. But if only we could give black several moves and white no more moves, that would be great. But we can't. What do you think black will do here?
So maybe queen d7 and rook a d8, then maybe bishop c5 or maybe bishop f8, as I mentioned before about it. Because I don't see any other moves on this position so far. But we have a move from white, pawn h3.
Attacking that lovely bishop on g4.
Yes,
And-
so I think now the black has to take on f3.
If let's say black plays,
Maybe bishop h5.
does it seem right? That's what I'm trying to work out. If we see, the thing is that we need to work out, if we play bishop h5, g4,
Yes.
it also creates a
And then
little weak
bishop
spot.
g6.
It also creates that little weak spot for the king. But then again, it's got like a little miniature fortress again, with the knight on f3 being again annoying for us, because it's as I'm going to say, 2 kids in a candy shop. You just cannot take them away. And that bishop on g2, the queen on e2. White has actually found a very good little defense here, and it's just sad that if we play into the bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, we still can't get rid of that knight. I think we now have to take.
Yes, but I see some variations, some plans. When you play, if you play bishop h5, there's a g4 and bishop g6, then white can play knight h4. And it's a very good plan for white, I think, because there's a move for white like knight f5.
Yes, indeed. And the other option is,
And after knight f5, you also can play knight a3, then maybe knight g3, go back, or
definitely.
it's a good position,
Yeah.
because after this position, the black's bishop is doing nothing there.
Yes.
Yes.
And if we even play bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, knight h4, another thing that goes in the favour for white slightly is you can actually even take on g6 and give double pawns. And because the rook on f8 originally has moved, if it wants to control f4, it has to waste a move going back to f8. So this could be, maybe this is a psychological attack.
Yes, but just saw one move, bishop h5, then g4, then bishop g6, then knight h4. There is a move for black, knight e4.
Ah.
If you take on g6, then you can take on knight d2. So
yes.
It works.
Yeah. Which is one little idea, and the question is, will the Mongolian find it? We know that we spoke about Mongolia yesterday and the heritage about Genghis Khan and him being a warrior. Can we have Genghis Khan be instilled into our under-8 Mongolian here at the World Youth Chess Championships in LA in the under-8 girls section? For those of you who have just joined in, Jamie Kamura and we've got Anktul Alton Uzi. I hope I have pronounced that correctly.
It's okay, you pronounce it very well.
I'm hoping. This is one thing I very stress quite a lot. We're just going through one of the under-8 games on board number 1 actually, and there are so many variations that are going through here. Remember, you can tune in via the web, which is at www.worldyouth2013.com, and also via our Twitter. Get all the Twitter updates, which is at WYCC2013. And remember, you can also follow results via chess results, actually, for the LA Classic A and B tournaments, which Anktul is playing in the A tournament, where it's almost like playing, everyone is like playing an Olympiad, except it's the Swiss tournament. Because I think the weakest player is 2200, and I looked at the list, that's just super strong.
Yeah, and I think the Elaine Classic Open A tournament is such a very strong tournament in the world and in the Asia, because we have a very high rated players and too many grandmasters are participating in the Open tournament.
Yes.
For the competing for the very nice prizes.
Of course.
Yes.
But the one thing is, I noticed there's an extreme amount of women playing in this tournament. I looked at the list. There's yourself. There's Atusa
Kashian from
Iran. There is also Nitra.
Hejazipar.
My pronunciation is going to be extremely terrible if I attempt it. There is also Isha Kavade, who is playing, India. And there's also Bhakti Kulkarni, who is a men's CM but also a women's grandmaster.
Yes.
Which is, I want to talk about this because it's extremely strange to have a CM title but a women's grandmaster title. For a woman, they're either an FM, men's FM, and a WGM, but you never get that very weak title, I'd say people do call it, the CM title. So it's very, very strange that this has happened.
Yeah, but I talked about this with Bhakti Kulkarni from India, because she's my friend also. And as I remember, maybe she played in some Asian tournaments or some title tournaments. Then she got a first place, and she automatically got the CM title. But when her rating was higher than CM title, and even when she got the WGM norms, so there's no other choice.
Yes.
It's just automatically added.
Yes.
So.
The question I would like to ask you is, when it comes to women's norms, especially for GM norms, would she count as a CM or WGM? This is the ultimate question, because this could affect, for organisers out there who may be looking at running events and may want to invite her over for, and depends on what the budget is and all the rest of it. Do you think it would affect?
Well, for myself, I prefer to put WGM, of course. But when you are playing in the tournament, the organizers and the arbiters should follow the men's title as well, because it is officially better than a women's title. I'm sorry if I'm saying it
Yes.
wrongly, but if it is officially the general regulations from the FIDE, so it should be CM on the tournament.
Now we know that with having the CM title, it doesn't actually count towards title players. This is the reason for the question. Would you have it as a WGM or the CM? I personally would rather have it as a WGM. Yes, I do agree with you, the men's titles is much worthy. Players who have got women's players who have got men's titles, Daria Pustovoitova from Russia, Lenita Stetsko from Belarus. We've got also Bhakti Kulkarni from India with the CM title. Irina Bumaga, also a good friend of mine from Romania, and her sister is actually playing in this event as well. She's got the men's IM title. Yep. Irina Sekunda is just waiting for rating now.
Yes, he is waiting for the.
20,
he is waiting
yes.
for the rating. Yes.
So, and she's got about 10 IM norms, men's IM norms. I remember corresponding with her, and she said I've got about 8 or 9 or 7, or she's got enough. It's
yes.
FIDE could cancel 2 norms and she still would qualify
yes.
In this. But so there is many women that have got men's titles. Elizabeth Parts is another, and we did mention before Victoria Shimilti from Lithuania with the men's GM title as well.
Yes.
So that's always an interesting question with the CM WGM factor, and I might actually even just get in contact with a couple of people at the FIDE office and just sort of ask, because we've got a few FIDE people here at this event, and we may even just ask them, maybe not on air but off air, and just sort of get that clarified up, because I think it might be very important for our viewers and listeners at home, and especially tournament organisers who may be very interested in buying an Indian, and someone who's actually young as well, Bhakti Kulkarni from India.
Yes,
I know when I was organising with Gary Becker, an international arbiter from Australia, for the Women's Masters, this was one of the key things. And this is something that's very critical. Do you get someone with the CM? Does it go by this? How do we go about it? And we sort of came to the conclusion best is to leave it until we get full clarification from FIDE. There's been a few moves being made in this lovely game here. We're going to go back just a couple of moves so we can just get ourselves up to date. We said that Rookie 8 was a little strange for us. We did not understand what was happening. H3, Bishop D7.
Bishop D7, wow.
This is very
weird.
I would have thought Bishop E6.
At least Bishop E6.
I'm thinking Bishop D7. It's now blocking this Queen D7 idea.
Yes.
But
there will be some plans like maybe taking the pawn to somewhere. Taking the knight to somewhere, and maybe put the bishop on C6. Then. Some plans like this.
But it's still weird, because after Bishop D7, if we play Bishop E6, we still got Queen D7 threatening pawn on H3.
Yes.
Okay, yes, it's a cheap trick from black, but hey, as chess players, we all go for little cheap tricks when we can. I think Bishop E6 is something that needs to be looked at. Bishop E6 and Queen D7.
Yes.
For that cheap pawn.
Yeah, for sure. But maybe there's moves like King H2 and protecting the H3 pawn as well.
Okay,
but it's still maybe better for black, but I can't say it is that much better. Maybe equal.
We'll have a look now. Knight C4 and now Bishop
F8.
This is now not looking so good. I'm saying
doing nothing there.
I'm saying from a 1700 perspective here, I don't see much. If we can only get that lovely candy knight on F3 escaping, we then could play this lovely little move of something along the lines of knight H5, queen And again, if we could have a few moves for black, knight h5, queen g5, and take on. And the knight can also take on g3. Would be quite interesting.
It will be interesting, but I think it doesn't work. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's this queen c2?
Queen c2.
What's the idea? This is something a little bit weird. Now surely bishop e6. If we had bishop e6, that would have stopped that knight c4 play.
Yes.
Earlier on, would have restricted.
Maybe we have a moves like b5.
b5.
Yes.
But weakens the queen side a bit, doesn't it? Unless you're looking at pushing a5, knight a7, c5, which then would be just far too aggressive for black, I think. If bishop e6, we could still play that queen d7, rook a d8. The one thing we need to watch out now, and black needs to be careful of, is this rook d1,
yeah.
pinning the bishop on d7 to the queen. Very, very sneaky little play from white. Being very, how do I say,
I think
nasty.
white is getting normal.
Yes, I think white is starting to get on top. We might have a look at some of the other games. We might flick back to these under 18 girls. I know you have to leave pretty soon, Angel, because you got to do some preparation, as top players do. You know, unlike myself, I just go to the board and go, okay, players playing a Sicilian, let's look for 40 moves deep, and then hopefully blunders after move 41. As most players will know, the Sicilian is usually at extreme worst 30 moves deep in theory, and you usually need about a good 5 to 6 years of solid study to really understand the ideas and themes behind it. We'll move back here to the Dinara from Kazakhstan and Sabina Ibrahimova from Azerbaijan. We have had no moves.
No moves.
Unless
still thinking.
And either that or there was something wrong with the transmission.
Maybe.
We're not 100% sure. What would you follow up here? What would white play and black play? White has played bishop c4. What is black going to do? What would be the common moves to play?
I think for sure e6.
E6,
Yes.
and anything
e6,
else?
then maybe queen c7, and when white plays bishop f4, then bishop d6, maybe this can play it. But there will be some attacks like from the white side. There will be attacks on the pawn e6, some tactical
Tricks.
Yes.
The other game we had a look at very first in the coverage, Enkel, was the Al-Shabi Boshra from Jordan and the Mylin Tran from Germany. There must be something wrong with this transmission,
Yeah, the
which is always common with our technology. We can never rely on technology these days. One minute you got the iPhone 3, the next you probably got an iPhone 10 that's coming out next year or something like that. But don't hold my words to that. We've just had the iPhone 5, expect an iPhone 6 probably in the next year or two. So that's probably something with our technology. We will go back to where the underrated, because this is seeming to be a little bit more interesting. Okay,
b5, as I say.
as you said,
Yeah.
b5. Where's this knight going to go? Back to e3.
Of course, to e3, because
If
there's
you-
no other move. If you play knight bd2, it's not so good position, because the white is losing the too many times, because the position was almost no difference, because the last position was the white's queen was on the e2 square, but now it's queen on c2 square, but there's no other difference between this.
Yeah, and you just simply can't play, knight a3, aka we say knights on the board are useless. Knight a3, you just simply have that bishop that's doing nothing on f8, immediately go yum yum, I'm hungry, and take the knight on a3 and just have pathetic pawns on a2 and a3, which is would be Black's dream. I reckon Black would be almost jumping to the candy shop asking for all the sweets from Mongolia. That's for sure. I can't see that being played. Not A3. Also, I just want to say a very big shout out to Gary Becker back in Melbourne, where it is 6:10 p.m. Christmas Eve, and I think it's probably important to mention about Christmas as well. It is the festive season. I believe it's not celebrated here in the UAE. In Mongolia, is Christmas celebrated?
Unfortunately, no.
So you're celebrating the Orthodox Christmas and New Year?
Yes, we just celebrating the New Year, the day of 31st of December.
Yes.
As the Russians celebrate it too, but for the Christmas we don't really celebrate it because in Mongolia our religion is Buddhist.
Buddhist. Okay,
Yes.
so there is no celebration of Christmas. But again, for those out there maybe in Mongolia who are following the Buddhism religion, Merry Christmas
Yeah,
to...
for sure. Yeah.
we must say a big Merry Christmas. For all those kids out there, they must be asleep by 9 o'clock. Otherwise, the big man Santa Claus won't be coming to town to deliver either that Houdini 4 or Fritz 14 or maybe Komodo, the new software out that is happening at the moment. And I believe it's going for about 40 euros, which is extremely cheap for chess software. The latest chess engine, and more importantly, I believe it's the strongest computer engine out there in the world, beating Houdini 4 in third place, and Stockfish, I think it's the other one, which is number 2. So Komodo or
Yes,
something
Komodo.
like Komodo. This is meant to be the strongest engine out there. I personally haven't tried it, but from what I've been told, it is making Houdini 4 look extremely weak. So if there is a last minute Christmas gift you need to get your child in the chess community, Komodo 4, very cheap, 40 euros from what I am told. You can just type it into Google as well and go from there. So we actually do want to say a big Merry Christmas to everyone out there around the world who is celebrating Christmas. If you aren't celebrating Christmas and you're celebrating Orthodox Christmas and New Year, Happy New Year and Merry Christmas to in the Orthodox way. If you're celebrating any other festivities, I'm not sure in the Buddhism religion what festivities there are equivalent to Christmas around this time. Happy festive season as well. I think it's just very important as well. And Gary, thank you for your kind words. I know you are watching this coverage and you're probably thinking, this redhead is doing everyone proud in Australia. I'm just doing what I need to do. So a very big shout out to everyone back in Australia, and also a big shout out to everyone in Mongolia. Back to this game, we have seen a few more moves being played. After B5, we'll go back from B5.
B2.
Very unusual.
Yes.
Black must be loving knowing that there is a bishop.
Doing nothing on the square C1.
And what makes it interesting is knight has to move again to move this bishop.
Yes, it's so funny.
It's even knight e3 isn't the best move either, but it's the only move really, because you can at least play bishop d2.
Yeah.
If you play you can play knight a3, but bishop on f8 takes on a3, pawn takes, and the Mongolian is going to the candy shop and getting all the sweets, because let's be honest, 2 pawns on the rook file is going to be doing nothing, and this a pawn is going to control it.
A5 maybe.
Yeah, not even a5. You don't even really need to do anything. It's really,
we just have to wait for the mistake of white.
This is going to be interesting. Queen c8. This is also a mistake, I believe. You got one mistake here. Now black has not taken an opportunity, unless we are getting greedy and wanting this lovely little pawn on h3, as I sort of predicted. Maybe I'm being too greedy, and I did mention greed in the game that I said in the Caracan defense. Maybe black has been greedy, but at the same time, white isn't playing well and deserves to lose if she can't play basic chess, which we can see, having to move the knight back to d2 and not on to e3, and maybe, I don't know, I can't, it's...
And now I think the black, the Mongolian Mungunzul is getting in a very good positions, maybe. It's going to get a very good positions, but not right now exactly. Because right now the white has to move king h2 to protect the pawn on h3. Otherwise there is moves like h4 for white, but I think h4 is not so good move because there is a squares on g4 which can play it for black. So
and the other thing is, if only we can get that knight on c6 to do just somewhere, because I want to play c5. I don't know, there's something in me saying push that c5, keep that a pawn at extreme where it's a6.
And as you say, there should be moves like c5, but maybe firstly knight a5 and then c5, then push the pawn on c4, then maybe the knight goes back to b7 square, then going to knight c5. There should be some ideas like this. Maybe even bishop c6 and knight d6 attacking the e4 pawn. So it's a good position.
It's interesting. This knight and bishop are
doing nothing there.
You can almost say that black has actually got 6 points for kids out there who might be learning chess and watching this coverage here. Hopefully not for too long, because of the big man Santa Claus is coming to your house on an express trip to deliver some chess stuff to you. But knights and bishops, we know that they're 3 points. I want to ask you something actually, Ankle. What do you like playing more with, bishops or knights?
For myself, it's a bishop, because I want to play some tactical games, because I love tactics and I love attacking the king side or maybe the queen side, so I do prefer to play bishops. But when it's an open position, I love bishops so much.
Of course.
But when it's not open, then it should be maybe knights.
But at the same time, you would try and somehow, make sure that you keep your bishops and open it up a bit, just so that your bishops can go on a lovely journey across the chessboard.
Yes, and try to get some tactical positions as well when you have open position.
Exactly.
Yes, and I want to say one thing is, in this tournament, especially for kids under 10, maybe under 8, I think like on this kind of positions, as we see it on the board right now from the under girls 8, I think on this position they should prefer to play more logically, because who is playing more logical, then they have some chances to win.
Yeah, definitely.
Because in some kids, they can play anything, they can do any mistakes, and anything can happen, so there should be some logical moves.
Basic principles, central control, pieces are developed. Although it's interesting, even though that bishop on f8 for black is even probably the worst square back on a starting square, it's actually doing something. It's really, when you think about it, it's actually developed a bit, because it's got free rein on the f8 a3 diagonal, whereas white has actually got 2 pieces that are doing funny enough, the pieces that you love, which is the 2 bishops.
But I see one plans here for black, maybe to activate and to develop your the black bishop is some ideas like bishop c5 and then bishop b6.
Okay. Bishop.
Just to develop the activate the
Yeah.
bishop.
One thing I want to take notice is under 8s. I'm not sure back in Mongolia, but I'll be very confident you've seen a lot of under 8 players play around the world in your international tournament career. They love to play blitz, and I'll guarantee
Yes,
you.
definitely.
I'll guarantee you tonight there'll probably be about 2 under 8s that won't play in the blitz tournament. I will be absolutely confident that will be the case. If there is more than not 2 under 8s, they will my predictions will be wrong. The one thing I'm very impressed, we've only got 14 moves that have been played in this game, and White has used 25 minutes, but Black has used half an hour in 14 moves. This is something we must really take notice of, and I can see both players are serious contenders for this title, because if you're a serious contender, you will take your time. When you want to become not so much world champions, but to get titles, to play good chess, to look at developing your chess career and strong games, you have to take your time. You have to calculate. You have to think. You have to look at the tactics, the positional play. What are the pieces doing? I think this Indian's in a lot of trouble, and credit must go to the Mongolian here, because she is taking her time, and I'm not sure if it was an influence from yourself or the head coach of Mongolia, but I think it's been instilled into her very good and very quickly, which is fantastic, to have an under 8 being instilled to take the time.
Yes, and actually our Mongolian team and the Mongolian coaches do prefer for the students to sit on the board, not to walk around when you are playing, but the most of the chess players, especially who are young chess players, when they are playing in the tournament, they walk around the playing hall so much, and it makes nonsense for them, because it is very annoying when especially you are playing. It's very
Yes.
annoying for your concentrate. So our coaches, they do prefer to tell them to sit on the board, not to walk around. So
Only get up from your seat if you need to go to the toilet or
Yes.
have a drink or
Yes.
something like that.
Definitely.
I must confess, I cannot sit at the board for very long. I have to make my move, walk around and look at other games. Mind you, I will still have my position glued into my brain, and I'm probably revealing too many of my secrets now, live on this coverage here at the World Youth Chess Championships here in LA, 2013, which you can watch this coverage via the worldyouth2013.com website and at WYCC 2013 on the Twitter account as well. I look at my games, and I will be playing my games, and the position will be in my head, but I might see another game with a similar position. People may call this cheating, but you can look at ideas by watching as well. Would you say that's a form of cheating? This is also a very good question. Are you cheating by looking at someone else's game in the tournament if there is a position very similar to yours?
yes, but I think when you are playing, it is very hard to find the moves.
Yes.
And when you are watching, when some people are playing, and it is very easy to find any moves when you are watching the games.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the one thing that I mentioned to Ali Nihat Azizi, the Vice President of FIDE and also Chairman of the schools, Chess and Schools Commission, about the cheating, and he personally does not like it. He was a very strong advocate of this and making sure that there was no cheating to be put into the sport. And and I want to talk about the zero forfeit time policy with you as well. I know that there is a lot of players out there that detest it with a passion. Yet Ali Azizi, I know grandmasters will hate him for this, but he was a very, very strong supporter of this. I am in his full agreement as well. If you want to have a professional, if you want chess to be a professional sport to be recognised, you can't turn up late. You cannot turn up late. You imagine if we played, let's say I'm a female. Hopefully I'm not, by all accounts. But let's say we are playing in the Australian Open, but I decide to turn up 5 minutes late. What's going to happen? Immediately forfeit. Sorry, you lose. Mongolian wins. Ankle wins. Moves to the next round. Same for chess. It is a professional sport.
Yes.
We must have guidelines and boundaries. We must be looking at going that one step further. And we are ranked number 14 in the world. And there's only two non-Olympic sports, karate and bodybuilding, I think it is, that are ahead of chess with member federations. And that are not members of the IOC. So if we want to prove and show to the IOC that we are a professional sporting organisation, we have to set boundaries and targets. And I think the zero forfeit policy is correct. Okay, if we are playing just a standard FIDE rated event, let's say 7 rounds, 1 game a day, cash prize is $1,000 first prize, US. We're talking peanuts, but when we're talking World Championships, Women's World Championships, must be professional.
Yes, of course. But for example, like I'm taking an example from the World Chess Women's Championships. It is knockout. The tournament is knockout, and playing 64 players. Beginning of the tournament, 64 players are playing. Then it will be 32 players. I think our women's chess system should be like a men's chess, because there's a World Cup and you go into the World Chess match. So I think I also do prefer like this kind of system for the women's chess.
So you're obviously a big supporter of the same cycle model that's in place for men as for women.
Yes.
Do you think that's going to be a step forward to progressing to making sure that chess is a professional sport for both men and women?
I think it should be, but I really don't have any idea.
Any idea? Okay. One move that's been played, the move that you said for my cheeky move of Queen C8, is this lovely King H2 in this game. What can I say? Black's going to struggle a little to find some good moves, but I think you're right. Bishop C5 and Bishop B6, Knight E7 and C5 is an idea.
Maybe. And there's also one plan: Rook B8 and B4.
I never saw this plan. If the fact of taking Knight takes on B4, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is another idea to sort of tell if it's in German, the Dama or Malka or wherever you're from, the lovely queen that loves to have matching shoes and dresses, because women love fashion. At the end of the day, women love fashion. And that's another thing I want to ask you about, is the dress code that's in place, especially in Europe. I'm pretty sure you've played in many European tournaments before where the dress code has been instilled. What's your view? Do you think there should be a dress code as well for chess players, or I should say chess athletes, or not?
Yes, I think there should be dress codes as well, because we should respect the sport that we are playing, and we should respect the organizers and the spectators. So there should be the dress code. If there is no dress code, then if somebody comes to the playing hall with the uncomfortable dresses, so
if there's a dress code for women, and okay, it's fair enough, I think there should be one. Do you think there should be one for men?
yes, I think so.
I'm actually in full agreement, and again, I'm going to be mentioning Gary Becker because he's probably one of the very few people that I know as a chess player is actually dressing in a suit or in suit attire. I think this is a very positive step. Maybe it's because of his arbitration skills as an international arbiter. It's sort of put into his mind that you must still be professional. As for me, I like my jeans in a nice top. Okay, some people might say it's not professional, so be it. But you need to also feel comfortable as a chess player as well. I've come across some women, I don't want to mention any names live on this coverage, but mini dresses, low cut tops, very, very hard, especially for males. If it happens to be a teenage male, it could be even much more disturbing because we know that teenage years, we grow up, things start to develop. You know, the emotions will start running wild. All of this. We don't want to go too much into the details because it is a live chess coverage, but you all know out there exactly what we are on about. I think there should be a dress code for men. There shouldn't be this thing called, you know, women have one thing and men get away with everything. I think it's terrible that the fact that men can get away with a lot of things in terms of dress code. So I know that it is quite hard to wear maybe in hot places.
Maybe.
For example, the Solomon Islands, Palau, two federations that are participating in this. No strict religion law as such, and it's just, you know, hot temperature, 28 to 32, similar to Palau, where it's just hot weather. Do you think shorts should be allowed for men, and even for women in that case if they feel comfortable?
Well, for myself, I think that if you wear a short when you playing in the tournament, and I think it is not so possible, but this is just my mind, and at least there will be some air conditions in the playing hall.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, sometimes in less developed countries, aircon is quite hard to get.
Yes, it also depends, but well, actually I know that there are some chess players who wears a short when playing in the tournament. I think it will depend on people.
Okay.
Yes.
It's very interesting to hear your thoughts and views on this because it's quite interesting. We might actually, what we might do, because we will probably wrap this up in about 20 minutes time, Ankle, so you can actually go get something to eat, one, but also do another, say, hour's preparation for your game.
Yeah.
Who are you playing today as well?
Today I'm playing on the 44th.
Yes.
And I didn't check my opponent, so I have to check it because I have some works in the morning to take some photos and doing some journalist things and for the World Youth Chess Championships. That's why. So I have not so much time.
We will actually check it live here for you, Hector, because we got the lovely little computer that's working. We're just hoping that the internet connection is being super friendly to us because it decided to drop out for some reason just before. We've had no moves in the Deshmukh and Mungunzol.
Actually, you know what? I just found one move here. For example, it's very easy tactic. B4 and pawn takes on B4, the knight B4. If after knight B4 here, if you play queen B1, there is a move bishop B5. Attacking on the F1 rook, and there is a move bishop D3, and the queen is blocked.
Very interesting.
Nice, very interesting tactic and very nice tactic.
So you got B4, pawn takes B4, knight B4.
And if you play queen B1.
Let's say queen D1.
Well, after queen D1, I think there is still move like bishop B5. Then you have to play rook Rook e1, sorry, rook e1 for sure. Then knight d3.
Yeah.
You cannot play rook e2 because there's a move knight takes on c1 and then bishop takes on e2.
Yeah.
And you have to play rook e3 after black plays knight d3. Then if you play rook e3, then maybe there should be moves like knight f2. But
Well,
I see one move. If you play knight f2, there's a moves for white queen d3.
Interesting. Well,
Yes.
I also looked at b4, pawn takes, knight takes, queen d1, bishop b5, rook e1, bishop c5, with the idea of actually playing and getting that lovely knight jumping into e3.
Yes,
This is
it's
one.
also possible.
This is one idea because then you are taking that lovely bishop on
f8
on
on c2,
on c1.
on c1.
c1 can't do nothing if the bishop wants to move. You can pick up a small little pawn on b2, but also you're attacking this piece, and you can actually win the rook. Funny enough,
Yes.
as well. You have to you have the rook has to then go back to h1, and this looks extremely ugly for white here.
Yes,
And
I also think that while for black should play for the queen to attack.
yeah,
The black should play some attacks for the white's queen, because it must be feeling so uncomfortable for white's queen.
oh, of course. I think it's
Yes.
looking at some of the stuff that you mentioned. I'm following it right through my mind as well. The internet has decided to play tricks on us, so I can't find out your parents
So
or
it's
their
okay.
That's okay, but
I
the
can
parent,
take it later.
but the parents should be up already. Play that is happening at the moment. I'm just going to try and see if I can quickly see. No, not PLE. We do need PLW. So we are having a quick look, scanning here very quickly. We've had already a few results that are coming in, which is fantastic to see here in Alain at the World Youth Chess Championships. Okay, let's have a look. No. Here we are. There has been a loss to the black player. Has been checkmated, or while leading to checkmate on d8. Very, very simple.
So fast.
And we can see already it's because of blitz mode. As I said, blitz mode. I love using that word, blitz mode. It sounds like a robot, and I know that a lot of kids will probably think I am a robot, but I'm not. We might go back to this game here. That's a little bit more exciting. Nothing has actually happened.
Yes, they are thinking.
I think b4. I think if b4 is played, white is almost at the stage of resigning. Oh no, a6. Whoa, we've had some blitz chess here. It's got exciting here in the press room. a6, knight b3, bishop e6. This is weird.
Yes.
b4 should have been played. What is the idea? I now see. We now play bishop takes b3. If queen takes to save the double pawns, then we can play knight in.
a5.
Yeah, knight a5.
Okay, queen c2.
Queen c2, c5, and now it's actually okay.
Yes.
And I think this is what black has been doing, and this is quite perfect.
Yes, and the black is getting more squares.
More squares, more
Yes.
control,
Yes.
central control from the e pawn,
Yes.
knights, the bishops, the works. It's pretty. I think if we can get this happening, I would be saying that black will win this in about 25 moves.
Well, the Mongolians, we do hope for our girls who is playing right now, and for the Mungunzul for Mongolia and the girls 8, because right now she is the only hope for us for some medals
Yes. Well,
among
I
the
can
girls section.
I can tell you now. This will be this game. I'm pretty much confident in saying that it will be game over for the Indian very very soon. I don't want to have to eat my words back very quickly, Ankle. But I can tell you now. I think after Bishop takes B3, this is really dead duck. And no, I'm not cruelty to animals, but it's an Aussie slang in Australia. Bishop takes B3, Queen takes. If you do pawn takes, still not A5. If B4, it just becomes a nightmare because it only just helps because you go knight C4, knight onto D6, and then you push with C5. Queen C7, Rook A D8, and pretty much game over. White is just struggling to find space.
Yes, but right now I'm pretty sure that if black takes on b3, then white will play. Queen takes on b3. I'm pretty sure for that.
Queen takes on B3, knight A5, Queen back, maybe D1.
Maybe d1, but
C5.
I think there's enough differences.
Yeah.
C2 or d1, the black still can move. C5.
Yes. The only thing that white's got is some sneaky trick of playing bishop e3, queen c1 with the threat of bishop takes h6.
Yes, but
I don't think it works.
when black's bishop is on the f8 square, I think there is no other attacks like that.
Yes.
Yes.
But after that, I think looking at this now, it's a matter of what do you do? What does white do here?
Yeah.
If I saw a 1-0 result now to Mungunzul, I would be extremely surprised. Because 16 moves, there's still slight hope, but you're talking the faintest of margins. If you like me playing you into a tournament game, and I'm hoping for that blunder of a queen, and you just say sorry, just put me into misery and say, I'm not giving my queen. You've lost. Seriously, this is really the only hope you can see. But then again, we are talking about under 8s here, so under 8s can do anything. Well, I've
yes,
seen
for sure.
I've seen crazier things.
The game is still going on, so we just.
One game I do want to look at is in the under 14 section. I want to flick it over because we were commenting on the Anna Vasanina yesterday, and she managed to pull off a victory. Even though
amazing,
it's amazing. And one other player I really want to stress about is Maya Nava. Now, remember we had Ravi, the international master from England, come in. We said that she was a dead duck. We said that she was lost after move 12, and she pulled off the magic win against the 3rd seed. And I did mention maybe she has got something up her sleeve, considering she did beat the top seed, now the 3rd seed. And I think she has already played the 2nd seed as well. So she is really giving the 1-2 Muhammad Ali punches to these top seeds. And I can tell you now, being a top seed in any tournament is very, very stressful because everyone's gunning for you. Everyone wants those rating points from you. So it is extremely hard. We might just go back very quickly, have a look at this game in great detail and see what's actually happening. Excellent. We've got an opening, and it's going to be the French defence. And I know I can talk quite a lot about this because I am a French player. E4, E6, D4, D5, E5, C5. This is the advanced variation, very, very common. C3, and guess what? We're actually going into a fantastic line of this Queen B6. I'm playing this back in Australia, and I'm hoping no one in Australia is listening to this because I am then looking at being completely prepared against now. and I'll have to find a new opening very quickly. Maybe I'll have to get some secret tips from Mongolia or something. I'm not sure. Queen b6. The idea here is, and funny enough, Maggie Feng is playing right into this line. Knight f3, bishop d7. For players out there who don't know much about the French, our little white bishop, light colour squad bishop is completely terrible, and for one reason: pawn on b7, e5, d5, e6, f7, and h7. The all light squads, the bishop can't do much, so you want to actually sort of get rid of it very quickly. I know a lot of people don't. They play knight c6, bishop d7. Your idea is you must get rid of it. Again, okay, a3 has been played here in this game. Knight c6, I don't like it for one reason.
I like to play c4 maybe.
c4 is possible. In this position, you want to get rid of this, once again, you want to get rid of this bishop. And usually what happens is, you have c takes d4, c takes d4, bishop b5. Yes, you can play the sneaky trick of queen b3, but you just take immediately on f1, and queen takes b6, a takes b6, rook takes f1. Okay, yes, you have double pawns, but you get your knights out, and you can look at playing, knight g to e7, f5, bishop e7. This is some idea for black. Knight c6, b4, cd b4, rook c8, bishop e3, knight h6. I will be more inclined to take here. And coming back to our game, our under 8 game that we've been doing a lot of coverage on for this morning, double pawns. I will not be going down this line. I will be more inclined to go back here and play knight e7, knight g to e7, and in here, attack here and here. Remember, we've got 1, 2, and yeah, 1, 2, and with this knight here, 3 little hitters. How do you defend against it? You really can't. So you can actually pick up a pawn on d4 by doing that idea. Having with this knight on h6, unfortunately, isn't good, because white can immediately just take on h6, and having double pawns on the h file, on the rook file, is just, well, disgusting. You know this.
Yeah,
I know this.
it is, but for some tactical reasons, maybe knight h6 is possible to play.
Okay.
Yeah, because there is if white doesn't take it, then there is a move like knight f5 and knight g4. But if bishop takes on h6, then pawn takes on h6, then rook g8, attacking the g square, g line.
Yeah, there's also those tactics, but double pawns are always ugly. We know this, double pawns are always ugly. So we'll skip through this game pretty quickly. Knight h6, bishop d5, knight f5, castles, bishop e7, knight bd2, knight e3, f takes e3, f6, e takes, bishop takes, knight b3, castles, knight c5, rook cd8, knight h4, g6, and knight g6. And this is the position we've got. White is dominating. I am very confident. This has been poorly played by black, by the Maggie Feng from the USA. I'm going to be saying there's a loss here, unfortunately. As much as, you're looking at very, very soon, if pawn takes, bishop takes g6 and queen h5, and looking at mate on h7, this is just, El Capitan, back in the 1700s guillotine style. This is dead. My Nava should take the points here very quickly, and this will finish in about 20, at worst 25 moves. So you've heard it here first. My Nava should be able to collect the points for this game, and she would be looking at moving to very close to the leaders as well. We'll quickly go back and we'll wrap things up in this game. There has been a couple of moves been played after a6. We've had the knight b3, bishop e6, and we've left it really at that. There hasn't been much else happening in this game. Can you see anything happening? I think, as I said, bishop b3, knight a5, c5, all these tricks. Is there much else you can think of here, Ankle?
Yeah, but maybe there will be some other plans. Maybe just to play, to avoid the knight on b3, maybe black can play a5.
Yeah, this is also possible as well.
But to get in more squares and more control, I prefer to play your idea.
Yeah, I think, get that, take, knight a5 with, obviously the queen's going to take, knight a5, queen, maybe you have to play queen c2 here, back queen c2, c5, knight c6, queen c7, rook a d8. This is some of the ideas. That's what I can see, without deep analysis, but just very quick ideas and structure for black. Black should, I'm going to say that black should win this probably in about 30 moves at most. But then again, it's under 8s, it's not under 18s, it's not the Lane Classic A where we're going to see small blunders be punished. So we might wrap this up very quickly. For our viewers and listeners at home, there is only going to be another 3 hours worth of coverage right up until 3 o'clock today, local time. So that will be 10 p.m. in Melbourne, but check GMT time for your local times and coverage. So it's 3 p.m. here in LA when we'll be wrapping up the coverage of round number 8 of the World Youth Chess Championships. We need to thank you so much once again for your input, your ideas, letting the viewers know, and that also talking about Mugunzul as well, the Mongolian player, and the hopes for a medal as well. We're going to wish you all the best. We know that you have to go get some lunch, brain food for our 3-hour marathon plus tonight at least, and we wish you all the best in the Lane Classic A for today's game.
Thank you so much.
And we hope to see you in 2 days' time back here in the commentary box for more live action.
For sure.
Hopefully it doesn't conflict with your schedule, but if it does, we will probably see you after the game to finish. So we're going to switch back to some music now for a while, and we're going to do probably about a 20-minute break, 20 minutes to half an hour, and then we'll come straight back here for the World Youth Chess Championships held here in LA for 2013.
like when you dive.
It's a feeling of slipping without falling. The hardest thing is when you're at the bottom.
Why?
Because you have to find a good reason to come back up.
Yes, and we're back here at the World Youth Chess Championships here in Adelaide 2013. Welcome back. We've got Ashley Tapp here, or better known to the chess community and right around the world as Ashley Chess Girl. We got her in, we spoke to her already, but we got. I'm more impressed, more to the point. It's been 2 games less than 20 moves, which is quite rare, especially one after another. Under 14 section, it's not so easy. Ashley, tell us, last night you really just did 2-piece sacrifice and won convincingly. I looked at the game, I was stunned. Queen c7 checkmate with the knight on a8.
I know.
It doesn't look right. Tell us just a little bit about that game.
Well, first, I guess you didn't play the opening quite right. So I won a piece, and then I forked her king and rook, and I got a rook. And then I sacked my bishop back, because her king was just open, so I could checkmate her with my rook sacked. And then
Yes, and that game is probably a very good lesson for people out there. I think greed is one. Look at tactics, analysis of the chessboard right across the board as well. Today you played the very talented Ponomarachuk from Russia. She is one of the top seeds in this tournament, and you know, you've defied the odds with rating. You've really come out. We're going to go through this game live here in the press conference area. E4, C6, D4, D5, Knight C3. We know this is a French defense. I know that you know what I play as black, and I know that a lot of people have their own ways of playing with it. I'm not a big fan of the Knight F6 because the E5 and multiple, there's so much more stressful. I'm taking on E4, Knight takes, Bishop D7, Knight F3, Bishop C6, Bishop D3, and take on E4 with the bishop, and bishop takes on E4, C6. Tell us, have you ever thought about playing that type of variation, or does the Knight F6 really suit your style of play?
I have thought, but I just went to that basic knight f6 thing.
Knight f6,
Yeah.
okay. Very unusual, very suspicious,
it.
very
Yeah.
suspicious move here. I don't like this. It now turns into a d4 game, and
Except I took with the knight.
yeah, it just seems very strange. This is now effectively a d4 game here. So you did knight d5, knight f3, knight c3, bishop b takes c3, c5. You got this position here. You must be very happy in the fact that white has got two pawns on c2 and c3.
Yeah, I'm happy you doubled her pawns.
Yep. Tell us, okay, yes, you don't have a piece out, but what was your ideas and plans here?
Well, I knew she could kind of maybe do a king attack.
Yep.
So I wanted to get my knight to f6.
Oh, f6, yep.
So
Definitely.
just to protect everything, and hopefully her pawns will be really weak,
Of
so I
course.
can attack them.
And for the viewers and listeners at home, we should have a diagram up here now, so you can sort of see we've just flipped off to a different game there very quickly. But we're gonna move back just a couple of quick moves here. So bishop d3 is the new move we are up to now, and bishop e7. Castile is my way of saying castling. 8 moves, you must be okay with this. Looking at this position here.
Yeah.
You're just simply going to look at knight c6, maybe b6, bishop b7, or just bishop d7 and bishop c6 is some possibility as well. I think it's quite fine here, even for white. There's nothing wrong with white here. Okay, yes, white can take on c5, bishop c5, and look at a very crazy bishop e3 move, but then you can take and pawn takes, and then it is very disastrous from here. Let's just move on. We haven't really got too many more moves here before the game ends. Rook e1, knight d7, knight e5, knight f6, rook e3, queen c7.
I was thinking of getting my bishop being
Yeah.
killed, but I didn't want her knight go to c6. So
Okay.
I just predicted that. And then
What's more interesting is where is the critical mistake from white? This is what I don't understand. White is doing okay here.
Well-
there is nothing like to the point you're threatening mate in 1 or mate in 2.
you'll see, because
This
she
is
makes
what-
a mistake, I'll say. 'Cause if you go forward.
Rook h3,
Yep.
g6, queen d2, rook d8, queen g5, c takes d4,
Yep.
c takes d4,
Now here.
queen c3.
Now she took this pawn because she thought he was attacking my queen.
Yes.
So I just checked
This is probably a very good lesson to people out here. The only defense, in my opinion, has to be bishop e3. I can't think of anything else. Bishop e3, and then black is really struggling here on end.
Oh, and a rook though. And then she could protect the check from the bishop.
Okay, if we look at bishop e3, queen a1 check, bishop f1.
I got a rook, I guess.
Bishop f1. Yes, you got the rook, but you've got an actual bishop. For our viewers and listeners at home, this bishop on c8 is doing nothing, and if you do manage to get it taken, you can only really move the d7, knight takes and rook takes, and queen up here, and you can look at knight here, take and potentially mate on h7 somehow. This is just very unusual to think that anyone would play bishop takes g6. Did she see what she had done wrong
Well,
after she played it?
once she played it, she got up straight away and walked around. So I don't think she realized. And then I moved, and then she came back and
Very interesting. And as you can see, I think the lesson really here is don't think just because you might be one of the top seeds you can just beat lower rated people. Lower rated people are one of the most hardest opponents to play against, because they are going to hunt you down. They are going to attack you in every single way. This in itself is just a clear-cut case of loss of concentration, and you've just stayed focused and won very quickly. We want to move over now to the girls under 8, and we're actually going to get your thoughts and analysis on this as well. We have had a few moves before we left the coverage. Knight b3, bishop e6 was the final position when we left, Ashley, and my idea was to take on b3, queen takes b3, knight a5, queen c2, c5, with ideas of queen c7, knight c6, rook a d8, and it's really much all over. But we're going to go through and look to see what's happening. Rook e1, knight d7, bishop e3, rook b8. Again, this was also an idea of Enkel, who was playing in the LA Classic A as well. So board 40, if there's any spectators or viewers, parents or anyone that wants to go over and check this out, board 40 starting at 3 p.m. local time, which is depends on where you are situated. If you aren't in the Emirates and you want to get some live scores and updates, just check the chess results page, which has got all the results for the LA Classic A and B as well. Back to this game though, Ashley. If you are white, what are your plans here? What would you be looking at doing?
Probably just maybe trying to break the
trying to break sort of through here. Would this
yeah,
be
I think so. Maybe push the king pawns.
King pawns, so maybe g4.
Yeah.
Or but the thing with g4 is you can immediately play g5, and now now this is start, because you can play g5 and hopefully maybe somehow get this bishop in here. The other idea, as I said, is we can take on here. Let's see what actually happened. Knight f d2. This now we got
maybe a4.
Now with this knight here that was over here. Funny enough, I said to Enkel when she was here, 2 nights together was like trying to get 2 kids out of a candy shop. It's not going to happen. You know, when you give kids candy, when you give kids lollies, trying to get them out of the shop with lollies is impossible for parents, because they're like, we want this, we want lollies, give me this lolly, give me that lolly, and then they start whinging and moaning, which isn't good, because lollies rot your mouth. Okay, but anyway, getting back to the chessboard. 2 knights together are always hard to get rid of, because they are just a power and a force. They are probably equivalent of, say, a bishop and a rook, in my opinion. So we continue on. a5, knight c1, bishop c5. This now I can see the plan of something like queen b7. Queen b7, trying to get this knight on c6 out somewhere. Where to go is a very good question. I'm not 100% sure where I would place it. Maybe bishop takes e3. Knight, then you got rook e3. Let's continue on and see what's happening here. Knight d3, and that's black's move here in the game. We don't have any time on here, but the last we saw, they had used at least 30 minutes each off the clock, which you'll have to agree, Ashley, as a junior, underrates will play blitz chess. They will play blitz, don't they? In Canada, do they play, when you see underrates in classical tournaments, do they play like it's a 5-minute game?
They play fast. They don't use their time.
this is probably the very important question to let everyone sort of out there know. Underage girls who are spending half an hour after 15 moves is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a good demonstration. We can see here it is looking like after knight d3, bishop takes e3. Maybe we can play knight b6, but the moves were done as I predicted. After bishop e3, rook e3. Now the scary thing is white can play now f4, and I know you're thinking, actually, what's f4 got to do with this? Why do you think f4 would be possibly played?
Because if you take, then you can take with the pawn, I guess.
That's one idea.
Pawns.
That's one idea, but you can also take with the knight.
And then you have a
threatening.
nice knight. And you can attacking the bishop.
Yes, and you can take, once you have knight here, you can get here rook ad1. You can move this other knight on d3, just over a bit. So that is pretty much the situation happening with this game. I want to have a look at the other game that's happening in one of the live boards, the Albanian game. This will be just a click up win to white. Queen up, very simple. I think it's fair to say that this is just game over here. After king b8 is the only move, king c6, king a8, and we're mating on b7.
Yeah.
Can you see any other mates? There's probably about a billion other mates.
Yeah, but white will win. Yeah. That's just dead win.
Yep, pretty much it's a clear cut win there. So we can say that Kunan Vyong, the Vietnamese WFM, who doesn't actually have, I don't think she has a rating. So you're probably wondering, how do people get titles if they don't have a rating? Simple. They usually play they're usually playing against in zonal tournaments or something like this. Now, we want to go over to one of your team members from Canada.
Okay.
Misha Gilani. Now, she's an underrated player. Let's take a look, because I don't want to give too much away, but there was some small little preparation being done in the secret service, not KGB style, but James Bond style is probably the best way to put it, actually. Some little, whoa, we've now flipped over and we've done something a little bit crazy here in the press center, but that's okay. We're actually going to just move this back just a fraction quickly and go through this game. We're going to see if the preparation was actually good. Okay, so we've got e4, we've got e4, e5, and then we've got knight f3, knight c6, d4. So she's playing the Scotch game for our viewers and listeners there at home. The Scotch game is very, very easy to follow. Takes, take, ooh! We've got this line. This line is, I want to alert people to this line. You may not have seen this actually, it is a very sharp line. You give up the pawn, but it leads to tricks and traps and like knight g5 and threatening some tricks on f7. So we do this, take, here, 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 here. How is the compatriot doing? Oh, whoa. So far, so good.
Yeah.
Check.
Whoa.
And we're looking through this. Whoa, she is the exchange. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. If knight takes on, if knight takes on, knight can't even take on g4. I'm sorry to say, but I think Canada has lost this, actually.
Oh yeah. Yeah. White's pretty.
Ah! Do you understand this knight c4 move? Do you understand this knight c4 move? Have a look. After knight c4,
The rook needs to move.
we are looking at knight e5, knight f3 check, and winning, picking up a rook.
Well,
Very shifty, as we like to say in Australia, and very sneaky by Misha Galani.
well, you could just go. Well, rook e2.
Rookie, okay. Okay, so, okay, rook e2, king f6.
Okay. King f2.
And now we have
White's
knight
pretty
f5.
good.
Knight f5.
The rook. Okay.
It's very, very interesting.
I guess you can
Ooh.
go h4.
H4? Yes,
You can just push the pawns up.
absolutely. One other thing we can actually do as well, having a look at this, I know the viewers and listeners have just seen me had a little bit of a yawn, but it's because it's such one of those positions that's very, it can be very boring. I'm trying to see what excitement I can bring to you viewers out there on this position. Takes, and lost the rook. It's game over.
Oh well.
White wins this clear cut. After we play rook, the moves that I'll tell you the moves that will be played. Now, White is going to be playing d7 check, stealing pawns. This is game over. Sorry, but Mongolia have got a win with Gengabar's Maraluga from Mongolia. So we might just head back to the top board. We've had a bit of a blitz marathon happening here. Bishop e3, rook e3, knight b6, knight c5, knight c4, knight c4, bishop c4, rook d1. Very interesting. Getting a little aggressive here in so many ways. So it's very interesting. What do you think could happen? I'm still predicting a win for black here. Question is how.
So kind of like f4,
F4 is possible.
and then pawn takes.
Pawn takes, pawn
And you
takes.
can push on e5. Attacking knight.
Let's have a look. We got F4. Oh, well, actually, black's move. Black can play. Maybe. Okay, black will play knight e7 here. Knight e7 with the idea of f5. This is the idea. So, but
Yeah.
what we might do, we might go to back for a break, back into the break of another 15 minutes, and we'll come back here, back in the press conference area. I was going to say the studios because it's very common for people to say studios when they're in front of the camera. So we'll be right back in about 15 minutes or so here at the World Youth Chess Championships here in LA in 2013.
We are all children of God.
And no one showed us the land, and no one now were wise. But something said, and something tries, and start playing toward light. And no one call us to move home, and no one falls down or rise, and no one speak, and no tries, and no one fight around sun. Clueless every you, for my working eyes. Invite them sitting with rice and two in your cup streaming like wine. And me and right and best out all morning. And no see my ladies, and no one make me close my eyes. And so I throw windows wide and come to you across the sky.
Getting close, UK talent, off balance. It's all about high level music for the Y2K plus 5. Shouts out to the UK talent, just keep pressing on and moving forward. I'm getting close, and so is UK talent. Seems off balance. level. Phase 3. Does it take until I make it? Trust me. You can't stop me. Sad. Too late. Trust I'm getting close. And so is UK talent. Seems off balance. Using the streets, making dope.
It's the first time, and I gotta say, ain't that always true? It's the first time. It's the first time. Hey, yeah. And say I do and I'd be true. No fear of any flame. Really hope you feel the same. Oh, trust in me. Hey, yeah. Said I want you, said I want you, really want you. And I gotta say to you, and I gotta say to you, said I want you, said I want you, really want you. Hey, yeah. Take a chance, take it slow. Hey, yeah. Yeah. Hey, yeah.
It's much too late now for the truth. I trusted you, you let me down. So now I'm back on solid ground. So let me go. So let me go. The thrill is gonna be alive. There ain't no magic in your eyes. I can't go on, it has to end. My fractured heart just cannot bend.
Yes, welcome back here to the World Youth Chess Championships held here in Adelaide 2013. We have got some results in for the under 18 girls section, which we'll be able to give you some updates on. We can tell you now, one of the players who was the leader unfortunately has had a loss in the tournament, which is not the best of results that we can sort of expect, but she will continue to fight on as the days come by. So let's have a look at the girls under 18 section of the tournament. There is a result. Dinara has had a draw with Sabina, so they moved to 6. There has been Nastasia Ziasakina has beaten Amalia Aranz Murillo of Spain, and Lydia Tomnikova has also beaten Melissa Castillion Gomez. There has also been some other results on other boards. Alina Bival has beaten Maria Nevesilaya of Belarus. Also, Susanna Gaboyan beaten the Indian 19 seed Patushia Boda. Yi Zhao has also beaten Yana Marakova, Czech Republic. Maria Bezkorovianya of the Ukraine has beaten Saranya Jayakuma, and Marlin Chan has beaten the one of the players from Jordan. That's Boshra Al Shalebi from Jordan. That is just some of the results that have come in. We'll have a look at the under 18 results for our listeners and viewers out there who are tuned into this coverage. I want to say for those of you out there, it is getting close to that time for Christmas, so I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas before we go off on the coverage at 3 o'clock. So a very good afternoon and welcome to everyone who might have just tuned in, but also a Merry Christmas during these holidays. We don't actually have any other results as of such on the top boards in the open under 18 section. We'll try and have a look if there's any results in the open under 16 section. We have none at this stage. None whatsoever. And we're going to check the girls under 16 results. There has been a draw on board number 1 from the two players with 6 out of 6. They're on 6 points. Sarasat Hadmasharia of Iran has drawn with Ani Harutinian. Also, Tianlu Gu has lost to Mahalakshmi Mogunda Kuma of India as well. So 2 decisive results are happening there in the girls under 16 event. We're going to take a look at the game as such. We want to have a look at the top game. We want to go back just a fraction of the few moves to where we actually saw it. We want to see what actually happened in the game of Deshmukh and Mungunzu of Mongolia. We want to go back just a fraction here. Okay, we're going to bring this live up onto your, we're going to get the diagram happening on your TV screens, just over near the, that will come up appearing in your corner very soon. There it is. We can see that if we just move it back just a fraction, we are just going to move it back to this position here, where we've got knight d3 was played. Bishop e3, rook e3, knight b6, knight c5, knight c4, Knight c4, bishop c4, rook d1. Rook d8, rook d8, knight d8. Now, having this, it's very strange to put a knight on d8. Maybe the idea here is to actually play knight e6, attacking the knight on c5, or at least putting some pressure on it. This is one of the most interesting games that's going on. Maybe knight e6 is like some idea. Not 100% sure. b3, bishop e6, rook d3, knight b7, knight e6, queen e6, queen d2, knight d6, rook d5, f6. And we still got that bishop on the lonely g2. Not looking good at all. So we're going to move forward just a little bit. Now we've got a very, very tough game happening at the moment, which is always extremely hard to look at. We are into 42 moves here. We move it forward just a bit more, up to g4. In this game, I think black has won this. Black could even play knight takes knight takes e4, pawn takes, and rook takes g4, and it's game over. I think it's going to be a win here for the black player. I would say now it's going to be looking very, very soon that there will be a win for white. Sorry, a win for black. This is going to be a massive win for black here. And this will also put it to this will put her into the lead. And we can confirm that Kwang Wan of China has also won as well. This is pretty much game over here. And it's fair to say this. see if black has put down the pieces to see if we can get this quick victory happening. This personally is a victory for black here. And it's a victory through correct technique. We also have what is known as the World Youth Chess Championships, and it's got some great information here passed to me from one of the great gentlemen who was helping assist with the running of this tournament. We can see already that black is going to queen and it's going to be game over. It's very, very interesting. That's all I can say. There's not many other results. We do want to check on the girls under 18 results. We don't have Alexander Gorashikina in at all. But Yi Zhao has won against Yana Marakova. Let's have a look at what is happening on the chessboard. Be very interesting to see what can actually eventuate out of this. We must always look and see what tactics are being played. Let's have a look at this game between Gazelle Atabayeva this could probably lead to a draw here as well. Some more results are coming through here as well. Stephanie Duslov, Germany, has had a draw with Nani Unap Koshvili of Georgia. take a look at some more other results that are coming in the World Youth Chess Championships. There's nothing happening. At this stage in the under 18 section. And black has won. This should be just an easy clear cut queen g8 win. So we can comfortably say round 8 has been a win by black, which is the Mongolian Mungunzul against Deshmukh. We can't see much other things happening around here at the moment. What we're going to do is we're going to take a very quick short break, and we'll be right back here at the World Youth Chess Championships here in Adelaide for 2013. very good afternoon and good evening or good morning, depends on where you are listening to this great coverage of the World Youth Chess Championships here in Adelaide in 2013. We have here Eva Repkova from Slovakia, the international master, men's international master and women's grandmaster. Welcome to the press centre, Eva, and it's great to have you here.
Thank you.
What we might do is we might have a look at some games, because it's always very interesting to see an experienced tournament player, but B, from a female's perspective. We always have this issue with males and females, how they think, the process sorts. I think it'd be good to have a look at one of the games, maybe from the top group, and give us your thoughts and analysis, because as a 1700 rated player, it's very hard to comment on a top game, like of 22 or 2300. So we might have a quick look at maybe an under 18 girls game that is still going on. Maria Severina from, I think she's Russian, maybe, or she'd be somewhere from that area, and she's playing Hannah Marie Kleck from Germany. Have you played any of these players at all for a start?
No, they are too young for me.
Too young.
But I did play many times these youth championships.
Yes.
I actually got 4 silver medals from these events back then, and it's nice to see that lots of girls are playing now, and they are much higher rated than when I used to play.
Which is, you know, it's for me, it's always good to see more females playing and chess, and me coming from Australia, women's chess isn't really growing, so it's very hard to get, you know, women's players to play. What advice would you have, you know, for countries that are wanting to develop chess, especially for women's chess and juniors as well? What advice would you give as maybe as a parent, and B, as a chess player?
Well, it's a little bit hard because girls often have different interests, and what is very common when they become reasonable players, later
Yes.
they maybe marry, they have children, and it's not so easy to be a pro for a woman.
Yes.
Because you have to travel a lot, and you are rarely home. So I think it's related to that as well.
And also the family issues of, you know, raising and raising kids, and then
exactly.
You know, I don't like to use the word household duties, but it's the way the society is, the perception, so to speak. We've got this game here, Dinara Sadua Kosova from Kazakhstan playing Sabina Ibrahimova from Azerbaijan. We might go through this game. We briefly discussed this at the start of this coverage here at the World Youth Chess Championships. E4, C6, D4, D5. And we might quickly just grab this, put this diagram up so our viewers can actually see what we're actually talking about here. I believe this is a very common line, Bishop F5, Knight G3, Bishop G6. Is Knight H3 common to play in this situation, or is it?
Well, with white I play pan of attack, so I don't know these lines very well. I used to play Knight F3 and regular like H4, H5 stuff, but I'm sure at this level kids prepare, and Knight H3 maybe white wanted to surprise a little bit, but probably it's a sound move, so let's see how what's the idea.
But does it look sound to you? Like it doesn't look something crazy, so to speak?
No, well, the knight wants to go to F4, which is maybe a little bit more active than F3, and then H4, H5. So after Knight F4 and H4, the black will have to maybe do something about the threat H5, and so when then black plays H6, knight immediately can capture on G6, so that might be the idea. So let's see how.
So Knight D7, Bishop C4, Knight GF6, castles, Knight B6, Bishop B3, E6, F4, and
so I'm
Bishop
wrong.
and Bishop E7. Again, you know, when we teach kids, we talk about the center, you know, control center, develop your pieces, king safety. You know, I'm not going to repeat this to you because you're, you know, a men's international master, women's grandmaster. You would, having a lot of experience. But you see here that the centre is pretty much really controlled by white in so many different ways. How do you see white's position, and what ideas do you see as a player for white and also black?
Well, these are openings like Karokan, which do give away a center in the beginning, but then the position of black is pretty solid, and it's actually not so easy for white to proceed. For example, often when white tries to be aggressive and plays c4, black can start attacking d4. So many modern openings have the same idea to give up the center, but then when white wants to really do something, then black starts attacking some weak pawns.
All right, excellent.
Central pawns.
And black's ideas in this opening so far, like what is it to sort of play queen c7, maybe castle queen side? Is it this type of?
Oh no, usually
idea?
black castles king side.
Okay.
Now that I see the idea of this knight h3 line, it's playing for knight h3 doesn't block f pawn, so the idea is to play f4 and 5 and just shut down the bishop on g6. So
yes.
For instance, after f5, ef5, sometimes white doesn't even have to capture on f5. I don't know, maybe white will, but even knight f4 might be an idea, and this bishop on g6 is really more like a pawn.
Or we could even say that the g pawn sitting on g7 is really doing absolutely nothing, and if it's, and let's say we play knight f4, the idea of capturing on g6, it ends up being double pawns. We know that double pawns are bad. The g7 pawn will effectively be bad again.
Yeah.
It will take maybe 1, 2, 3 moves to get something happening there.
Yes, but even knight f5 is probably fine.
Yep.
White succeeded to open the f file,
yep,
and is planning to launch some attack on the king soon. So let's see.
Yep. Knight f5,
okay,
bishop f5, rook f5, castles, c3,
yeah, it's solid.
rook c8, queen f3, and knight bd5. I see nothing really special here for white or black. It looks decent, but
yeah, white is trying to attack on the king side, but black is pretty solid in the center for now. So it's very hard to do something right away. Besides, white is undeveloped. Black is black already finished her development.
yes.
So it doesn't seem white got much from the opening.
But
black is okay here.
we talk about development, and now, funny enough, bishop g5 and white is developed.
Well, still rook on a1 doing nothing.
Yeah, but we could probably move this across to e1 and go for that. But first, after h6, it's very hard to sort of get things doing. You sort of have to decide: do we play? This we can't play bishop h4 because we just have g5 and bishop back, and
bishop h4 is possible. G5, g4, I doubt that works. It's very much weakening. For example, bishop h4, g5. First of all, probably I can just sacrifice on g5,
yes, you can sacrifice
and then
2 pawns and rook check, and
yeah, and the king is very vulnerable. And even after bishop h4, bishop f2, g4 doesn't work really, because I can simply play queen g3 and the pawn is pinned.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense for black to weaken her king like that, because there is no threat.
If there was some threat, maybe you
Yeah.
have to do some tricks. Bishop f6, knight f6, rook f1, c5.
I don't know if I would take. Maybe you can go back a couple of
Yeah.
moves.
Back to here.
Yeah, before bishop f6. I don't really like this bishop takes f6 very much.
But so where would you put the bishop? Just back to h4 and?
Yeah, that's a good question. maybe I would like the bishop to stay on the c1 h6 diagonal, like bishop d2. The disadvantage of that is sometimes there is c5, and then the bishop on d2 can be hanging in some lines after some complications. Maybe bishop h4, I don't know.
And you've already discussed about, you know, if g5, it just becomes king, it just becomes really weak, and after that it's not really necessary for black to, you know, play, you know, wasted pawn moves, so to speak. Yeah, if you're after bishop h4, g5, you know, you said you can even...
Black wouldn't play g5 after bishop h4. Obviously, white is not very ambitious in this game, and maybe is playing safe and for a draw.
Yeah, although she's been playing quite well in this tournament, so that's why it's sort of surprising to see such play. You know, you're saying that she's playing quite safe, quite cautious. It's very unusual.
You know, girls are sometimes unpredictable.
Yeah, yes, that's true. And
maybe she has a bad day.
and it comes to the point, actually. You've made a very good point. Males and females, they do think quite differently. When you play your games, do you think in a male's perspective of, from move one Muhammad Ali style, or do you think in the woman's style, I'll get that bag, or I'll get that perfume later, or those shoes, or that favourite dress? Do you notice that with girls that it's a different thinking style?
You know, in chess, chess thinking is, I think, very similar when you compare men and women, how they calculate, how they evaluate, you know, even their chess knowledge. When we compare male and female, the same strength, I would say they think pretty much similar. Okay. What might be different is handling emotions. You know, women are so much more emotional. So when the position, good position starts turning worse and worse, these turning points, maybe women are more influenced by what happened before that point, so that's one disadvantage I could see. And there is another important thing, just physical shape, you know, because chess games can last very long, some of them 5 or 6 hours, and then women usually get tired more easily, I would say.
Yeah, well, it depends. It depends on, I think it really depends on the woman itself, because we've actually seen quite a lot of under 8s, funny enough, lasting more than under 18s. Would you believe that? An under 8?
Yeah, of course, but I'm talking on the average, you know.
But it's even amazing to see under 8s lasting more than under 18s. We've had a couple of under 8s going for 6 hours, which is just unheard of. I've never seen an under 8 be focused more than 3 hours, let alone 6 hours.
Yeah, as far as Slovak kids are concerned, these little ones are playing really fast usually.
Yes, as I've been saying during the all the coverage days, the under 8s are playing like classical chess, like it's a blitz tournament. Maybe they're excited for the blitz tournament that's happening at 5 o'clock tonight, which me personally, blitz is blitz, but
some of them will not know the difference.
Exactly. Okay, we'll move on.
Maybe we can look at boys under 18, and there is a girl playing, I noticed.
Yes, actually the under 18 world youth champion from last year of the girls, Alexandra Gorashakina.
Yeah.
Women's grandmaster playing. She played for the European Russian team, if I'm not mistaken, on board 5.
Yeah, that might be possible. I don't know this information.
And I think she played a chorus or Tata Steel this year in the C group, and she got 4 points, which is fantastic for a 13-year-old, now 14 or 15.
Yeah, so maybe it's worth to look at her game.
We actually can't get her game, funny enough, because we've only got the one board operating here at the moment. But maybe we could get someone to go across and maybe get the score sheet or something.
Or maybe we can do it some other day.
Yes,
and
definitely.
Check her.
Definitely.
Because it's very unusual and I'm always proud for us women when I see that
Exactly.
some are able to compete at the highest level.
Definitely, I think it's very important that when you have girls playing chess against men, it's reminds me of the Judith Polgar men's world championship match. You know.
Yeah, that's great motivation for
Of course, it's
female chess players.
Equal opportunity. It's all about equalness, and it's the only sport in the world where women can play against men.
Yeah, that's right.
Unlike golf, where we've only had 2 women, which is quite sad, but still. Bishop. We've talked about this. Bishop f6, knight f6, rook f1, c5, dc5, rook c5, and queen b7.
Okay, so it seems while on a pawn.
Wins a pawn. Anything special here, or is it just simple calculation?
Yeah. So.
Sort of looking here. What?
So let's see what Black had in mind.
Rook f5, rook f5, queen d3, queen b5, and queen e3. Now,
okay, so there is some perpetual now. It seems. Oh no, maybe not.
Can we not play? No, because I was thinking
rook
queen e1.
Rook f2. I don't know, queen e1, rook f1, and if queen e3, knight f2.
Yes.
It's true that there is sometimes maybe bishop c5. I don't know, maybe after. After rook f2, there is queen c1 check. But unfortunately for Black, after rook f1, queen takes b2 is not possible because bishop f7 discovers
Yes.
check and queen is lost.
Yes.
So of course knight f2 is not such a great idea because
Yes.
then queen c1 works.
Yes.
The only move queen f1 and then we win the pawn on b2.
Yes.
So it seems rook f2 if white wants to
do some tricks,
yes.
and king h1, knight e4, rook f3, queen d2, queen f1,
so
bishop f6.
Can you go back some moves, please?
Yeah.
Okay, more. Oh, I see. So king h1 is possible because after queen c1 check, rook f1,
And
saves the pawn.
Yeah. And with the queen here, and we're still at this lovely little discovery check, and if Black wants to be greedy,
yes, and I see rook f2 was not possible for the same reason because knight e4 loses exchange, right?
Yeah. Well.
So now knight e4 is Black got very active. So white is pawn up, but Black has very active pieces.
Which is always good in chess, especially when we're getting, sort of semi of the end part of the middle game and beginning of the end game.
Yes, it often happens in chess that one pawn is just not enough when opponent has activates his positions. So.
Yeah. Queen d2. Very interesting. I see here. The only thing is a little concern for me is this bishop here. If we can just somehow get that activated somewhere somehow, and then eventually get this rook into play, I think that's looking quite dangerous for white. Unless
on the other hand,
missing something.
Black has this weak f7, which makes it hard to activate the rook. And White's problem is back rank, weak.
Yes. Can we? I'm thinking, is it possible to play rook d8 here?
Well, f7 is hanging. That's one of the things. Luckily for White, Black cannot use all his pieces for attack because he has some weaknesses of his own.
And we can't even play really knight g5 here at all. Like
knight g5. It seems like Black has some activity, but it's not so easy because White might be able to defend and then be simply pawn up. So let's see what happens. But queen f1, I don't know.
Queen f1, bishop f6, queen b1.
Protecting b2, yes.
Yes, and rook e8. Looking at this position, it's I think maybe some. Yes, I can see maybe some idea of if we can if we get that bishop to b6 somehow. There is that lovely little idea of playing knight f2.
But this bishop is needed on f6 because f7 is weak.
Yes.
So it's a strange position. On one hand, doesn't seem black can strengthen his position. On the other hand, white has knight on h3, which is a little bit out of play. He has weak b2, so for now he has to protect it.
If there's one thing that, if I could give black 3 moves in a row,
Yes.
the first move would be bishop d8, second bishop b6 followed by knight f2. If I could give black 3 moves in a row, I think this.
Well, 3. I would probably play. Let's see.
This is the interesting thing. I'm always saying to.
You know what? If I could have 2 moves, if I could have 1 move, then I would play knight g3 and rook e1, and probably win.
Yes, knight. Yeah,
so
knight g3.
there is a threat right now.
Yes,
That's why rook f1 was played.
But then this little nasty little bishop on b3 has been so crucial to black's attack. Black can't really do much, so to speak, because it's always got these little tricks up their sleeve. Rook f1, queen e3, queen d1, and knight d2. This, I'm not sure. This is a little bit unusual, maybe, to get rid of this bishop on b3.
Yeah. Well, white is simply very passive. It's hard to win any position with such pieces.
I'm just very surprised because she's been playing exceptionally well throughout this tournament, and she's playing now in that motion of should I buy, like tossing up whether to play aggressive or not. And I think if she wanted to play aggressive now, Sabina, I think it'd be a bit too late to.
Yes, but her opponent played aggressively and succeeded to eliminate any future problems, obviously.
Which is always great. Rook g1, rook d8, queen h5, and rook e8, and this is where they.
Rook e8. That's probably not what happened because f7 is hanging. It's some error in
broadcast.
Yeah, probably what was played. She took on b3 or something first.
Yes, maybe. Yeah, knight b3.
And rook e8 doesn't even make sense to me. So it's the last move, yes.
Yes.
Okay, something else was played for sure.
I can see here. We would like to have this knight somewhere out of the way and put this knight here.
I mean, white is maybe even lucky to draw because with such after knight b3, a b3, let's say like queen d2 attacking b2, this knight on h3 is out of play for some time, and rook on g1 is also very passive. So I would certainly take black at this point.
I think with really 8 points, as we like to demonstrate, rook is 5 and knight is 3 when we're talking to kids.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's it's pretty much 8 points in the bag for black, and all pieces are activated. The only little minor threat, so to speak, ever is f7.
But not anymore. After eliminating bishop on b3, f7 is not a problem anymore.
If let's say rook e8 was played, well, I can see bishop.
Well, queen takes f7.
Queen takes, or would it be bishop?
Both are fine. Oh,
okay.
Bishop, yes.
I think bishop.
And take on e8. So
yeah.
It's just losing the rook, the whole rook.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to work out now exactly what would, if this was the case, black would go from a winning position.
Okay, this was not played, I can assure you.
And I can assure myself, with Dinara, who is just needing rating now to achieve the men's IM title. That's all she has really needed is rating. I would find it extremely hard that she would play, you know, a move of 1100 strength. To be perfectly honest,
yes. And even stranger would be that the opponent accepted a draw in this position.
you would have to be asking questions. Is it really possible that this was played and B from two strong players? It's just not possible. Like, even me as a 1700 rated player, I know just by the simple little, the four, just a simple bishop check and win rook, and it's game over. There's no threats whatsoever from black, and white should be finding the mate very soon after takes. Put the bishop back here, maybe play check, and looking at mates maybe on c8 or something. That's what's really coming to mind straight away. But I'm not sure. Maybe as a 1700 player, I'm only thinking like a club level player. Maybe you got some other ideas.
Well, as I said, I would probably continue playing if I were black, because there is no chance of losing, and white's pieces are so passive right now, and I would see how can white handle all the problems
as such. Now I want to have a very quick look at Nastasia Ziasakina, who was playing in the Old Hands versus Snowdrops tournament in Prague, and before this tournament, so she obviously had a bit of, you could say, a training session for this tournament against strong GMs from in the senior bracket. E4, E6, D4, D5, Knight C3, Knight F6. We know this is a French defense. We know that E5 is coming on, Knight FD7 is the move. Do you know much on the French defense at all? Or?
Well, I played myself, so.
You also play with the French,
yes,
like myself, except the only thing is I'm not playing Knight F6, I'm playing takes on E4, Knight takes, Bishop D7, Knight F3.
I play deadline sometimes.
Yeah, I think, because we...
Okay, so this is like one of the main lines.
Main lines, E5, Knight D7, F4, C5, Knight F3, Knight C6. I think it's...
Okay, still just regular stuff. Bishop B3.
Nothing special. Bishop here, Queen D2.
This all has been played many times before.
It's pretty much... You can look in the database and there'll be about 1 million games on this in the French, but Queenside Castle, Queen A5, A3, Bishop E7. This is all we actually have of the game, but it looks fine. It looks okay for black. Maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe this bishop here is a little bit stuck in. It is a bad bishop in the French.
Well, it's a bad bishop. On the other hand, this bishop is helping to prevent F5. Often in these positions, if white can break through F5 square at the right moment, then black is in trouble. Yeah. So this is a question who can do something earlier. Of course, black is trying to achieve something on the queen side, probably push some pawns like A6, B5 or even B5, sometimes sacrificing, and white is trying to prevail on the king side and launch some attack there. It's very sharp usually, and the question is who is fast, who's going to be faster.
Bishop C5, is this an okay move? Well, it's white's move, but like Bishop C5 for black, with that idea of maybe putting the knight on C5.
No, it's as I said, neither side can afford to lose too many temples, or even one sometimes.
Yes.
So it must, they both must be very careful, and I'm sure that it's still kind of preparation. So let's see some more moves.
This is all the broadcast has actually given us, funny enough. So But we
and
do.
And the result is 1-0?
1-0.
Okay, we didn't pick the.
If we actually had the other moves, it would have been a little bit better. But I was actually speaking to Amalia Aranz Murillo from Spain, and she was telling me we sort of looked. I was looking at the game in the cafeteria just across the road from the playing hall, and going through the moves, and she wasn't happy with her play. That's for sure. She was very, how can I put it, annoyed, because Nastasia is one of her rivals, good friends, but when it comes to the chessboard, it's like two Muhammad Ali's fighting for that point. So
that's nice about chess. Also, my son Christopher, he plays here under 16, and he has many friends, very good friends. But when they play, they really fight, and this is something which kids also have to learn to separate their chess life from personal life, and it's good experience.
I've only been playing in the chess, been part of the chess community under the banner of Gens Una Sumus, the motto "We are one family," for 10 years, and I can tell you now the amount of friends that I've made and the opportunities of meeting such great people are second to none. You can learn so much about cultures, and speaking at the cultural night that's happening here during the World Youth, it's going to be fantastic. See traditional dances, music, second to none, and chess is great like that. It promotes so much. It's educational, promotes peace, it promotes yes, chess is a war game, but at the same time it promotes that peace aspect, that you can make friends, you can travel around the world. It is an affordable sport. All you need is just the pieces and a board, and you can play. That's the good thing about chess. I can't think of much more to add. Chess is now like part of my life, like it has been part of yours, and now your son's. That's what it's like.
Well, these World Championships and in general World Chess events are always interesting, because lots of different cultures, languages, people, different backgrounds, different people have different jobs, but we are all united by playing chess, and it's fun just to talk to chess friends and socialize, in addition to, of course, playing. So
of course. Now, Slovakian Chess Federation. Tell us a little bit about the federation, and if you know of any activities that are happening within the federation.
Well, in Slovakia, unluckily, we don't have many chess events. I guess, like in many other countries, there are not. It's not easy to find sponsors for this sport, but. We are here a group of over 30 people, players and parents, so it's very nice. Everybody is trying to represent Slovakia as much as they can, and for now we have some players who still have chance to get a medal, even though in this competition it's extremely hard. So we are happy we came, and everybody is in a good mood today. We are planning to have some Christmas dinner together, because we are missing Christmas. And on the other hand, some people envy us, because it's such nice weather here compared to Slovakia. So
I have been told that in Turkey it is -15 in some areas. So when people are coming here and they see sunshine in winter season, although back in Australia it's summer, so everyone's going to the beach, they're getting ready for the Australian Open tennis, and just enjoying the weather. In Slovakia, women's chess, is it starting to grow there, and junior chess, or is it really sort of still at a low level? Or high level, or average?
Slovakia is not one of the best countries in women's chess, but we have like 5 WGMs, and in the past, Slovak team even won European team championship, which was very nice. So we have some good results, but only once in a while. Hoping to improve, and hopefully the young generation will grow and do something better than.
You mentioned 5 WGMs. Are they usually representing Slovakia in the Olympiads, or
Unfortunately, we don't succeed to get together, all of us. Always there is some reason for one of WGMs not to participate, but next Olympiad in Tromso, it seems we all agreed to stand strong and to go for some good results. So I'm looking forward to it. And now that you mentioned the Slovak Chess Federation, I'm also head of. I'm responsible for all the kids. And I have some work to do now, so I have to really leave, even though it's so enjoyable being here.
No problems at all. I shall let you go, Eva, and it's just been a pleasure talking to you, going through one game and discussing this. We wish the team all the best. Merry Christmas to everyone back in Slovakia who might be watching this coverage. And we're going to go now, and we're going to switch right back to a little bit of music and see what's happening. welcome back here to the World Youth Chess Championships held here in LA in 2013. Just before we go, before we actually call this a sign off and call it today, would like to wish every single one of the chess community a Merry Christmas out there to each and everyone's families. And just remember, we've got the Blitz tournament happening at just under 2 hours time. So we wish everyone a Merry Christmas. We'll be back on the 26th of December, where we will be broadcasting live here at Adelaide from 4 p.m. local time. So until then, take care, and we'll be signing off within the next 2 minutes or so. So until then, bye for now.
Thank